Good morning, Kayla. How are you doing, buddy? How's tricks? You be good, mate. That's very good. Happy to hear that. Getting that first coffee down. So we're drinking coffee for medicinal purposes, right? You're moving. Getting rid of stuff is good. It's very cathartic to get rid of things. And when you're done, the place looks nice and clean. Can't have this in view, can I? It can be about there. That's where you can be. There we go. I did. There's a lot of so I used to drink my coffee with either drink like a latte or a macchiato or whatever, right? So I used to have lots of like frothed milk and stuff in my coffee, and it was like milkshake, right? But now I just have one shot of espresso every day. There's lots of blue zones where everyone just drinks coffee, drinks a lot of black coffee, and there's a lot of apparently a lot of health reasons why like coffee is good for you, right? But that would not be coffee with a bunch of milk and stuff in it. That would be just black coffee, right? I did that. I threw away and gave away everything I owned almost at one point. So until the only thing that was left was things that you could fit inside pannier bags on a motorbike, and then I went off. It was very nice. There's nothing wrong with having milk in your coffee, especially if you get. Do you get the high protein milk in Australia? You can. I don't know what amount there is in the one I'm drinking. I'm gonna have a look. So for 400 grams of milk, which is what I have in my where are you? No, I'm not. That's the history, you stupid app. I have 400 grams of milk in my protein shake. So the milk alone makes up 23.6 grams of protein, right? That's pretty crazy for milk. Sounds good. But yeah, so there's about I drink 400 grams of protein milk mixed with 40 grams of protein powder, and then I have 9 grams of like chocolate powder, sea salt, and caramel flavored, like hot chocolate. And I just put that in there because the protein powder is unflavored, so it's really awful to drink. So that's 449, as I remember, 440 and then 9. So good. It's good mix. Tastes like ass, but you know, better than not having any flavoring in there. But the long and short of it is, having milk in your coffee, there's nothing wrong with that, right? I just don't want my coffee to be really easy to drink, delicious coffee kind of thing, right? So what I thought we're gonna do, maybe. But what I thought we're gonna do today is build a sort of like a control panel for the stream, so we can control things like the chats and get some data and stuff in there, right? We can take Anathema for a spin, basically. Let's have a look at this one. Yeah, I don't even know what we're gonna put there, but we'll put some things in there. I'm thinking like, so right now we can run things from the command line. Like we can do pins for 20 seconds with a message. Happy Wednesday, everyone. No, did I do it wrong? Oh yeah, isn't it CLI? Oh yeah, it's not BNI. There we go, right. So we can pin messages and stuff. But I'd rather have like this ridiculous control panel that looks fun that we can work with. I think I might have... I think this is the one we're going to get rid of. So what was that ever going to be? Stood out. Yeah. So we're going to get rid of you and bring you back in. And then we don't do that. And then for this thing, we're just going to grab standard out here. Hello, Dan. How you doing? All right. Look at that. You know what? Why am I calling it standard out? It should be called output. Tired is good. It's nice to be tired. I'm a little bit tired right now. Tanny, how you doing? Thank you so much for the sub. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Tanny. How you doing? No, that is output. It's this one. That should have an output like that. I'm doing all right. Doing all right. Let's see if we can... yeah, this works. Cool. Let's run the test. That should be fine. Yeah. Now we're going to send the message to Londo. funky. There we go. Right. Got a little bit of gym brain, and I'm feeling a little bit like I could probably have slept for maybe 10 more hours. Let's try to save the terminal again. So what should we call a... Oh, and what should we have on there, right? We should have... let's have like a series of commands maybe that we can do. We need to get more information from the whatchamacallit. Maybe I should run a separate instance here just so I don't break the chat, because I am gonna do that. Right. I'm thinking about these two. Let me do that. Let me take chat down. Right, and then tmarks here. Then we will go to... No, that's my ongoing tmarks. Why was that? All right. How do we make a new session? Man, I don't remember this. I've used the old one. My old command for so long. Just new. There we go. So now this should not... Why is it interfering with this thing? Is that not how you make a new session? Wow, I have to new session. What? What insanity is this? What does the A do? Named mice. Okay, so if we do tmarks, new session, attach okay, so I'm an idiot. Don't tell anyone. Alright, that's why. Okay. Okay, so we're good. So we split this, really? Has that thing conked out again? That is really frustrating. Whoops, that is not what I wanted to do. Hello. What was I doing again? We ran that one. Okay, that's fine. Split that. No. Okay, that should bring the bot online. And then we go to which box here? There we go. So we should be good now. Hello, Marvin. How you doing? So we'll use a different... yeah, that belongs to a different session. That's why. Okay. I'm so used to having just one session. Let's go to... let's see if this still works. Yeah. The server guy from Silicon Valley. I don't know who who is that server guy from Silicon Valley? That guy. Yeah. I can see that. Ah, nice. All right. Well, it's a step down from previous, but I'll take it. It aligns more with reality. Okay, so let's start a new set of changes to that. So we need to run this on a different... we need to run this with a different setting, right? Let's go to the lib and change this to binary-bot beta for now. So now everything else gotta use the beta for this. And I don't want to call it what should we call this project? Stream control. There we go, right? We need to add anathema. What else do we need to add? We're gonna need to add Binky and what else do we need to add to this? I think maybe those are the only ones we need. Yeah, okay. Let's start by designing the UI for this then, because that's how we do it, right? Okay, let's start by putting a vertical stack with a heading. Header. Should we have a footer as well? And then we'll expand everything else to fit the actual application here. Like that, right? Since we don't know what we're gonna have here, we just call this now we can call it header. New template header.aml text header. New template footer.aml text footer. There we go, right? And then let's just do builder.template header .aml footer and footer. Okay, run it. Yeah, looks good to me. All right, so let's make the header be a little bit more headery by putting a container here. And let's put the background to be something more pleasant. We can do dark gray, maybe. Yeah, that works. And then we'll just put an H stack here and a spacer here. So there we go, right? So that's our header. It's a little bit, maybe it's a little bit too, is that better? And then we put the foreground to be black and bold. Right, so we kind of started to match what's there now. And why don't we put a attributes label here. Okay, then we go to our index and then we're going to pass in a label here, right? I'm going to do a similar thing for the footer, right? Okay, so we have a footer as well now. Now, what else do we need for this to do something, right? Okay, so we need to have. Why don't we have like some buttons maybe, right? And we need some input as well, so we can send data. We could make one. We could make like a pop up that allows us to send a message like the bot, right? As the bot, not like the bot. So let's try that out then. Now we get some actual functionality in here. We need an input. So let's have a prototype input. We could just pass a function pointer instead, right? Yeah, I think we do maybe like a dialogue thing instead. Maybe we do from default and then we make input implement default instead. That's probably not gonna work. We do that. Okay, let's make a new source. You know what we need? We need to make components here. Input.rs. Input like that. Components. Then we can go to the input from here. Okay, let's have a use anathema, prelude, and components. And what should we start with here? We'll have the input, right? So pub. You know, I've wrote an input component at some point. Let's make a third party create for some of these things. That's what we're going to do now. So what should we call this thing? Extras? Maybe this project already has a lot of these things, right? That's not a question anymore. How old is this? And this is a main file. Okay, so they already have an input here. Let's use this thing then. Should we have something for overriding templates and stuff? No, we could just register the component against another template. We don't need that. Okay, so let's not worry about that then. This is gonna be reasonably quick, although I wonder if this input thing can do multi-line. I'm definitely gonna have to tweak this. Yeah, we're not running against main at the moment. Well, yeah, okay. This was written a while ago. Ooh, Nelly. Yeah, looking at how this stuff is supposed to work, right? Yeah, it says you can just register against any kind of what have you. So I think this is fine. And we have default. All right, so let's clean this project up instead and use this. So let's go to stream control, cargo, add path, anathema, extras. Okay. And let's see what this thing actually does. All this seems stupid, so let's get rid of this. All right, yeah, this was when I was trying that thing. Okay, we don't want that. We do want that. That can go. Let's just get rid of all this. I mean, let's just get rid of everything. Do we have input state as well? Yeah. Like that. We just re-export that, right? 3. The comedic number. What does this look like? No. Okay. So I think we're gonna not make a multi-line edit for now. We'll do this in a rather basic. Thank you so much, Farai. I'm happy I didn't say minus 10 million because I kind of look at the bunny. Look at the bunny. Where's the alert sound though? Hopefully there was an alert sound. I'd have to give you 10 million subs. There was, thank you, Marvin. We'll use this for testing. That will not use that. No, it's if I turn on the monitor so I hear it, then for some reason you can hear it as well. It becomes an echo, which is super annoying. We're not doing mouse there. I think I made more progress with another input. So let's see what that is. To do nothing. Okay. Yeah, I think we can use this one instead. So that's an... We can do data unchecked. Oh, should we have a to method in there instead? I wonder if that's going to be nicer. We could... Or maybe just get. Get and get unchecked. Or get checked, maybe. It's less to type. I think I'm in favor of that. Yeah. Ow, forget it. Let's just call it data. Well, we don't really care about these other inputs here. We just want to see this compile. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Let's just move this to extras now. So let's go to extras. Let's copy temp to do nothing, input to input. What are we calling that? Input.rs then. Okay, let's make this work. So we're going to have a couple of events that we can describe. This will be a single line input for now. I would love to have a multi-line input, but that is complicated to do. So we have to work around that. Annoying that we have to have 2 lifetimes on the context here. Could we get around? No, don't start around with the lifetimes now. All right. Well, it is the way it is. All right. These are all the things. Okay, so let's get a demo of this thing running, right? There we go. So we should have some configuration, but not too much that we can pass through here. But then we have to map this, right? So on enter, which sounds like you're entering the widget, right? But you're not. It's on enter press, right? Goes to something. And then we have on car something else, right? Then we should have a from default for input. But we should also have the option to just register the input later. So we could do something like input.register with the builder. All right. I've seen people do this with Anathema, and it seemed to be something people want to do. So we'll add that, which will inject its own template and what have you in there, right? So let's go to the input though. Use Anathema extras input. All right, so input state needs default. Like so. X and Y looks a bit sus to me. This whole thing looks a bit sus to me. I don't think this is the right thing. No. This is the wrong input. What in the name of evergreen Satan is going on here? Yeah. Okay. This is the actual input that I was looking for. Why was I looking at the wrong code there? Okay, where the flip do you come from? Input? Oh, it's in here. Oh yeah, that's rubbish. Nah, let's not do that. Let's do source inputs, input rs to source. And then let's remove source input. There we go. That's the right input. Okay, cool. I was a little bit confused, but now I'm a lot confused. Okay. All right, so what are we publishing here, right? So we have on change, on enter, on blur, and on focus. So these are the ones that we are going to publish. We should write some documentation for this as well, right? But we'll do that shortly. So when we publish a change, we're going to publish what character we're doing, right? Or do we want to publish what character inserted where? Is that relevant? That we are now inserting a character at this position. Maybe. All right, let's do this. Let's have pubstruct change. So that would be position. That can be anathema position. Whoops, posh. And then the character. Hello, Axel. How you doing? We'll make it public as well. And then that's going to have the position and the character. So what's the cursor position? Who has the cursor position now? Is it the state? That's a U size. Maybe we should have an X and a Y. Well, you know what? We don't really need that, okay? We don't need an X and a Y because it's not multi-line, you lemon. So we can just get the cursor position, right? At least that's what I think. Hello, Enrico. How you doing? So state dot, what do we call this thing? Cursor pos. And then the character. Really? Oh no, that's backspace. That's, yeah. All right, enjoy. There we go. No, we don't know what character we're removing, right? No, that's a Nick. I remember this person. That was a long time ago they were in the chat. Okay, I think that's how we do it. I think we have enough freedom without too much. No, I don't know where they went. Right. I don't think I was like mean to them. I always think that when people don't turn up for the stream anymore, that I've been mean to them, but I don't think that was the case here. Yeah, damn life, man. Getting on my nerves. There we go. Do you enjoy TypeScript? Fair enough. Less than Java, really. Java always felt so verbose to me. What a mean person. That bastard, man. How is he still alive on Twitch? Alive? How's this? I was gonna say aloud. Can we do stir here? Nice. You get all of the TypeScript experience, yeah. But then, isn't there like a good play? I don't actually know if you like Rust or not, Marvin. But is that not a good place to introduce Rust or play around with it? Could be a good food place, though. Shut up, you math nerd. Not allowed. No, okay, that's fair enough. Ooh. Ah. My right shoulder is so stupid. Can't do maths. No, the pain is back. I think like if you haven't done any like web programming and you wonder about like React and all these things, right? All you have to do is go, how do you use React and TypeScript? And it's going to show you how not to do it now, right? Okay, well that's from React. We need someone's okay. So those of you who do web dev, is this how you do it now, right? Is this right so far? We don't have any. So this is using npm, right? We don't have any webpack or any kind of management of the source in there yet, right? A Medium article would be better, right? I mean, this is already poorly formatted and terrible to look at, but and then we get a video for the output. Get out of here. The joy of it is if you're gonna do something like that and you're gonna look it up, you get an almost working way of doing it. And when you try to figure out what's wrong, that's when you find the 6,000 other ways of doing it. Ranging from different ways of importing modules to, I don't know how that landscape became so utterly up. It's the only programming space which is more complicated than it should be, with no added value to its complexity. Right? It is insane. Yep. It is. I have a lot of respect for those of you who still do this. I couldn't. So when you hear developers using double quotes now, but when you hear people talk about like web devs aren't real developers or whatever, I bet you they wouldn't survive a week or a month in the space of web dev, okay? Because it's so chaotic, right? You really have to work in the most chaotic space ever when you do web dev because of the abundance of bad information and multitude of ways to do something that are not compatible with each other, right? That's it. That's it. I will show you guys how to center a div in Anathema now, okay? All right. Have I not learned how to spell yet? Imp2. Okay, are you ready for this? I'm gonna show you how to center a div in Anathema, okay? So we're gonna get rid of all this. We're going to align, and the alignment will be center. Oh, is the alignment broken? Okay, don't worry about it. We can take the long way there. No, I can't spell alignment, that's why. There you go. Bam. I have centered it. Okay. There's my centered div. Okay. Okay. You can center it. But that's not the only way you can center it though, right? We can do it in other ways, right? First we center it vertically. Then we center it horizontally. And there we go. We've centered another one, right? Can you flex? I cannot flexbox. No, we don't have flexbox, right? So centering a div is obviously like a running joke in the world of, whoops, I should be opening that. a running joke in the world of web dev, right? Okay, so we're building an input, so we can now have on blur, on change, on enter, and on focus. um, Anathrol. That sounds like something you take. Oh, Enrico and Marvin, and those of you who care about fitness, did you hear about those 2 new drugs that are coming out? Trev something and Gray something, right? They're currently being tested. They should be out in the next like 3 years. The ones that's gonna make steroids obsolete. Did you hear about that? I should even said, oh, don't get me wrong, so do I. But this is really fascinating. Yes, that's it, right? There's like 0 downsides to creatine. As a matter of fact, it's good for your brain. So I wholeheartedly support taking that. I recommended that to my parents as well. They work out too, right? Yeah, so they combined it with Ozempic and had like an insane weight loss muscle gain combo, right? Take creatine for recovery. All right, I'm not touching that conversation. No, this is nothing like that, right? So the whole thing with steroids is that the muscle gain is a side effect of the hormone, right? Steroids are there for you to function as a human, right? Both men and women have testosterone, for instance, in their bodies. But if you crank that testosterone level way beyond like what's natural, you will stop producing it yourself, possibly, and you might not be able to kickstart again. And as a side effect, you might get a lot of muscle mass, right? But if you're a woman, you're gonna get facial hair and you'll be all up in there, right? Thank you for the raid content. How you doing, buddy? We're talking about drugs. How you doing, right? Yes, everyone has both test and estrogen, right? But this new drug does none of that. It doesn't have anything to do with testosterone or anything like that. It allows your body to produce more muscle mass, and that's it, right? So they're supposed to be, allegedly, right, supposed to be safe. And what that means is that all the fitness influencers that are currently doing steroids right now is hopefully going to stop doing steroids, okay? So I'm hoping that this is the end of steroid abuse, right? If this thing works, right, you don't have to take this. You can be into fitness, not into fitness, doesn't matter. The good thing is that maybe children can stop doing steroids. That's a massive bone, right? No, I haven't. I haven't because I don't see any signs of my test levels being low. But as you get older, you naturally lose testosterone production, right? Like it goes down, so you naturally lose it. As long as you're within your limit, it doesn't really matter. It depends on what your goal is, right? But if you're not feeling right, then for whatever reason, then you could definitely have it checked. But going on a replacement therapy is definitely something I will be very cautious with, right? Facial hair, and you prefixed it with yum yum, right? That makes it better, right? My wife and her 6-foot beard, right? What's the name again? I'm gonna find what the name of these things, right? There's 2 of them, right? New drugs replacing steroids. It's Trev something and Got something, right? Isn't it? Yes, he did. I saw that, and he's very optimistic, and I like it. But is this just gonna be? When was this written? No, I can't find this now. Anyway, the point is that hopefully this will be the end of steroid. And testosterone has never been proven to work, right? That's just the only reason I know of testosterone is because once I saw it in a shop, and two, I have watched 2 or 3 videos with Coach Greg, who's a character. And he gets very excited about testosterone and his cookbook, right? No. I'm 100% against taking any performance enhancers that's going to damage your body. But I don't think taking performance enhancers that doesn't damage your body is wrong because it doesn't damage your body, right? My gripe is with all these people pushing, like, eat right, drink this gross juice, and you'll look like me, said the Liver King, right? Make your child kill a cow and eat the cow insides on the spot, man. That's good for your kids, right? Builds character. Make them do that, and you look like me, right? Let's ignore the large quantities of steroids and synthetic junk I've injected, right? Man, what a scam artist he was, right? There you go. Trevor Grimat. And there's another one. Oh, your testosterone levels will change throughout the day, which is when people test testosterone, they do so in the morning as well, right? But no, the thing is, I am waiting for the fitness influencer space to change, because right now you have 2 sides of it. You have all the kids and the fools on steroids that are destroying themselves, and they are pretending in front of the camera that they lift the way they do, they eat the way they do, and the steroids doesn't have anything to do with it, right? Some of them are open about it, but some of them are not. But you know, when someone has like veins in their arms that are thick as a garden hose, right? And then you have the natty people like Jeff Nippert and what's the Canadian dude's name? Will Tennyson and these people. They're open. There's another one. But the problem is that there wasn't this many steroid heads out there in the beginning, right? If you go back like 10 years, 15 years in YouTube fitness, there was a lot of natty people doing things, showing out exercises, which is what I was interested in, right? Showing off exercises and all these things. But now it's all steroid abuse. And this is what I can't wait to come to an end, right? You can't do anything about the damage these children has done to themselves already, right? I mean, like, at some point, you got to be responsible. But hopefully these drugs will put an end to that, right? Hopefully. That's the other one. There you go, right? Yeah. Does anyone know if he's natty or not, right? I used to watch his videos until he did something that I just felt was too cringe, so I stopped watching his videos. And another thing I found out as well from being alive is that any video that will this one influencer, and that's RP, who gives good advice, and he says do the exercise the way it feels right for you, right? So he will show you how to do an exercise, then he will show permutation of that exercise and explain that people are built differently. So an exercise that works in a certain way for one person doesn't work in that way for another person. And this is what all the others, including Athlean is totally missing out on as far as I've seen, right? But I used to watch his stuff in the beginning, right? I was like, oh yeah, this is like, I got a lot of like, understanding of exercises from that guy. But it was the RP dude who's blasting steroids but open about it, and he doesn't promote it. I would say quite the opposite, which is respect, right? Squad University, I don't know if I've seen that. Hang on, let me pop this open here. Yeah, I might have a look at that. It's really nice to, when you're gonna go to the gym the day before, is to look up new exercises, because you should cycle your program, right? So looking up new exercises is quite nice to do. Do we care about pushing events when the cursor position changes? I don't think so. Yeah, and I think it's really, really good that people do that, right? Because glorifying steroid abuse is insane, right? There is something fundamentally wrong with the world when children think that they need to inject drugs to look a certain way to have self-value, right? I mean, that's insane. Of all the gym stuff that is happening in the world and around me, there's one guy I know who goes to the gym that I have an insane amount of respect for, and that is the guy who goes to the same gym as me. He's probably 10, 15 years older than me. He definitely spent a lot of time not going to the gym, but he's now going almost every single day, right? Every time I'm there, he's there. And when I leave, he's still there. He works out so hard, and I got so much respect for that guy, right? I don't care about the Trent twins or Sam Sulek or anyone who's blasting steroids. You don't get no respect from me, right? Good genetics and steroid abuse, right? Sure, whatever, right? But the self-discipline of this man at his age to have started his journey to the gym, that's insane. Mad respect for that guy. Damn. He even gets his wife to go as well, but she's not there as much as he is, and she definitely doesn't look like she's enjoying it. Yeah. No, I like that they are open about this. Be open about it, right? There's no they're misleading and all that bullshit, right? Don't love it. Okay, stream control. We're gonna get some text input. So maybe we start here by just adding an input in here. So let's add a new component here. We're just gonna call this thing main. New source components main. And let's do components mod. There we go. Right now, I got a real bugbear with anything that is like destroying your body and promoting that lifestyle to other people, right? Because some people will watch a TV show and be like, wow, MacGyver is cool. And some people will watch a TV show and go, I really want to be like MacGyver. I will do what I can in life to become Richard Dean Anderson's persona in this show, right? That's my goal now. And if you watch something where someone does something and you're like, that's fun, or what a lunatic, that's one thing. But if you get inspired and influenced by these people, there's a reason the name is influencer, right? Then I think there is a moral obligation to not sit there and pretend that it's a good idea for a 16-year-old child to do steroids, right? I mean, what kind of messed up world is that? We're not even going to talk about who sells this stuff to the kids. That's just even more deranged, right? Component for main. Do we need we don't need a state for this thing. We can just implement default here. So let's add main here. And that's going to be the main template, right? There we go. Fix it. Component There we go. There's nothing wrong with MacGyver, Dan. No one said that. All right, we all love MacGyver, but not the new one. My God, was that terrible? Did you guys try to watch that? The new one is still some like what is it, like 2010 or whatever. My goodness, that was rubbish. That was painfully bad. Okay, so why are you griping at me now? Yeah, if you manage to get through a whole episode, yeah, exactly. It was so bad. It was like, let's see what the old one with Richard Dean Anderson, right? 7.6. And what's the new one? 5.5. That is generous. That is bloody generous. My God, it was... So, he was just a douchebag. An unlikable smartass, right? It's just... Ooh. It did? Oh, I didn't even see that. That's insane. Someone must have been happy. Oh, my goodness. There you go. That's the essence of television, right? Pander to the fools. The rise of the idiot. That's well, Jackson. That was a Nathan Barley reference. Rise of the Idiots was what's his name? The right. All right, who cares? Did anyone watch Nathan Barley? That show was ahead of its time for sure. All right, so why is this thing crashing? Let's have a look. Let's disable old screen for now. No such file or directory. Did I not make no, I didn't. Okay. New templates main.aml. Right, there we go. So we now have main in there. Okay, so let's put some input in here, right? VStack. It'd be good to know what has focus. So let's make 2 columns. Maybe we should make buttons as well. Man, I haven't seen Lord of the Rings in forever, Quantum. And I'm gonna make a confession to you guys now who are watching this. And I don't know if this is gonna be the end of me as a streamer or not, but I tried to read the books, The Lord of the Rings, and I thought they were really boring. Okay, I'm sorry if that hurts your feelings, but I thought they were really boring. Okay, I was like, this people are excited about this. I'm 50 pages in, and I'm really bored. I can't believe I made it this far. I did finish the Murderbot book, though, right? The first one. Or what's it called? Murderbot. All Systems Red or whatever. Yeah, they made a TV show out of that, which is why I had the books sitting for a while. I wonder what kind of... Can we just get the wiki thing? What's the first one called? Really? We don't get the... Is this where the books are? My Flying Lizard Circus. Man, how difficult is it to find the books, right? All Systems Red, that's the one, right? It's right there. The Murderbot Diaries. It was a lot funnier than I thought it was going to be. I didn't think the TV show was as funny, but the book was really funny, right? I try to listen to audiobooks. I've listened to a few. I've heard one about what is it I'm listening to at the moment? I've been listening to the same audiobook now for like a year probably. I haven't made it through the book yet. I very rarely put it on, right? It's your right to be wrong. There you go. Yeah, no, I didn't like Lord of the Rings. I thought the movies were fine, but I didn't care for the book. But no, I thought the the Murderbot book was really funny. But when I watched the TV show, I feel like they didn't capture the humor. It wasn't as funny, right? Because his delivery was not as good. I didn't know it was going to be a comical story even. I bought that along with a bunch of other books, and for some reason that one just ended up sitting on my shelf forever. I'm also meaning to read the girl Amina Al-Shirafi. Is that? Al-Sirafi, there you go, right? I've been meaning to read this one as well. I bought this to read for my kid out loud, but my kid wasn't interested, but now I want to read it. No, it was Lord of the Rings. I think that there's just so much better fantasy that's been written since then. You read that one? Was it good? No spoilers. Okay, so we need to get our input into our main then. So let's go to our main AML file. Let's put a border around input. And now we're going to map the events here. So on change, we'll go to text change. And on enter, we'll go to just text, right? The Silmarillion, yeah, no, I think maybe Lord of the Rings was good at one point because the guy literally like coined the entire genre almost, right? The whole dwarf and elf, whatever, right? But man, there are way better books written. Okay, I don't care what people say. The controversy. Okay, on event is what we want. Okay, so let's say that we have some main state here, right? This is just to try the input. So let's have text A. Now, I don't think we can import state here without bringing that in. Actually, the event should not be here. That should obviously be here. Double import. Okay, there we go. I also didn't read Harry Potter. But I know people who are not even into reading who liked Harry Potter. Okay, so let's just match on event name now. And can we do input? No, we don't do that because we named the events ourselves, right? So there's no two ways around it. You have to read. To read what you wrote, text change. And that's just text. Okay, so let's store the text here, right? So when we get the text, we'll say state dot text a dot set event dot data. I really don't like that. And that's text. Like that. Okay, so from extras, we're gonna be careful with how we import things, but I think the text can be imported there. So we're making that public as well, so we don't want the change to be imported here directly because it's such a vague name, right? Or maybe you just change that, right? Harry Potter will get an HBO show. What doesn't get an HBO show? I mean, like if Liver King gets a Netflix documentary, what's to say, right? And shitty MacGyver gets to run for 5 seasons. It's just there's no. I understand why people watch YouTube and Twitch these days, right? No, I don't know anything about. I don't know if Harry Potter the TV show will be good or not. They made one on Dune, and I thought that was a bit so-so. It started off all right. I just finished watching The Foundation, so I started watching Dune Prophecy. It was so-so. It was kind of like a nice transition to go from Foundation to that. And I liked The Foundation. I barely remember the books though, but I did enjoy the TV show. I definitely remember the story about the mule was very different in the books. And there was something in the books about this woman or girl who was following the wood grain traces, and it was like a religious thing. I don't know. That was never that for some reason left a like a mark on me, but that was not in the TV show either. But you can't be upset when something in the TV show doesn't match what you read. There are so many factors in there. So yeah, no. Okay, so what do we do with the change? Do we just rename this to input change then? Input change. I think that's probably quite fine. Input change. So let's get the input change in here. See, I'm not entirely convinced this is good. That was not the right import. Then you need to be main state, like so. Yeah, I don't want the unchecked thing. Let's change this. What would be a good short name for getting the value out of the event, right? So I'm thinking we can have get and get checked, right? Because you might have herpes now. But this too, if you don't know, right? But most of the time you will know. So having or we can call it data and data checked. I think that's better. So we'll do this. We move you up here. That will become data. And then this will become data checked. There we go. I have to go and change the guide now as a result of this as well. No. Let's go to... I'm guessing this is not going to turn up. Nope. Whoops. Okay, let's see what this looks like now. Yeah, we're gonna have to update this thing. There we go. So we can have the... Yeah, this is a good way of showing that you could use both, right? So I think that was a clever way of her to write that. Yeah, there we go. Using i3. Shouldn't to owned? No. That should dereference it. Okay, so we should be able to have text change now. But we needed to get focus first. But before we do that, we need to see why this thing is griping at me. Let's do this instead. Let result equals that. I think I'm going to update my... Let's do this. I probably want a space in there as well. Yeah, get out of here. So we want something like this. We do need to register that. That might have been why this was crashing, by the way. Because I was using a thing that doesn't exist. Yeah. Unregistered component, right? A functioning one and a working one. No, I don't do anything on this machine that requires a good CPU or a good graphics card, right? Okay, so this thing... Oh, that should have worked. But we have registered the input. Why are you griping at me? Yeah, I was interested in a Threadripper for a hot second there, but the problem with the compile units, you can't use a Threadripper and get your the most bang for your buck there when you're compiling Rust, because there's only so many cores, so many threads you can use when you're compiling. Someone did some tests for this thing. It's not a benefit, right? All right, I can't see it now, but the long and short is that you have dependencies on other compilation units, so you don't actually get the most out of it. That was the long and short of it, right? But oh, it's just some CPU. That's not important. I'm more interested in why this thing is saying that it's an unregistered component. Surely the order doesn't matter. No, good. There is no input. So why is that failing here? So we should be able to do input template, right? And then we make that work. There we go. Let's make this thing have a const for the template, actually. Like this, pub const. Hello, Skylar. How you doing? I thought we had that already. Okay. Well, then, let's just do... like that, right? Arch, by the way. So we do this. Now, this is currently a predicament that we haven't really talked about how to solve in any particular ergonomic fashion, right? The issue here is when we want to override or use the included template, right? I think there are more interesting streamers that does things with Linux, like T2 who's building his own dist, right? I think that's more interesting than what I'm doing, but by all means though, right? Oh. Okay, so we're gonna fix this, right? So let's have a pub const template, function template that returns. I don't know what we're gonna return yet. Didn't I just make that? Get out of here, perf data. In templates input ammo. Oh shit, they need to be in the source. Damn it, that's why. Oh, all right, okay. So what's on the index? This is for the extras. Yeah, we're not gonna have these templates. It depends on what you mean by using Linux though, Moist, right? Because you have people who use Linux in virtual machines, who run it on as the main OS, who run WSL. There's a lot of the question is like, what do you consider using Linux in that case, right? Because there are so many different variations of it. Like, do you consider using a mobile phone using Linux? Because technically it is, right? But if we're just talking about Linux on the desktop, then we sort of have to narrow that down to virtualized or not, right? If that matters, right? Conversely. I don't think it does, but you know. How you doing, Talk? Okay, so we can now compile the template for our inputs. What else do we have in here? Weird text. Wow, okay. Okay, that's there, I suppose. Okay, so we have the template function here. So this thing should now return self template to template. Now, to call this function, we need a trait, which is not there. to source kind is what we need. So why is to source kind not being promoted here? Is it in here? It is in the prelude. And we have it. Okay, so we should be able to call to template then, right? Which is a non-const. Oh, and it's a trait. So we can't have a const function a trait because flip you, right? Okay, that's fine. Wait, is XQC doing Linux? I mean, okay, look, okay, it's full transparency. I don't know anything about streamers that are outside of software and game dev. I know some streamers by the name, but I thought he was some kind of, I don't know, not that. Chris Titus wasn't streaming. Is that T2? Yeah, so what got you interested in Linux then, Moist? So what is this supposed to... Source kind is what we're going to turn, right? Source kind. There we go. You're a Linux. All right, so we can now call template. Doesn't have to be... Okay, so that's our input. Will this work now? Yeah, it does. Right, so we can enable all this stuff and we can actually run this now. So we have our main AML file here, which has the input, which just broke. And I have no idea why. So let's ditch the old screen again. And see if we can... Invalid type. Oh, man. Did you wake up on the wrong side of the park bench this morning? Do you ever consider streaming on Kick? No, not really. I mean, isn't that like the morally corrupt version of Twitch, right? I mean, it depends. If someone gave me a large quantity of money so I could buy maybe an SMB 7 or, you know, take my wife out for dinner at somewhere other than, you know, a field, then sure. Well, you know, Talk, you don't have to work, right? No one can make you, okay? You should do what makes you happy. Call your boss and go, you dude, I'm not coming into work today because I don't feel like it, okay? Or not, or don't do that, right? I mean, I don't know. Okay, component mod 327 is causing me grief. Where is that? It is in widgets. Invalid type, right? There we go. And then hold me responsible for it as well. Asmongold started multi-streaming on Twitch and Kick. I think if I ever got banned from Twitch, I would probably just continue on YouTube. I don't know if I would go to Kick or not. I don't know why I would get banned. If I get banned, it's because someone is out to get me more than anything, because I don't say or do much controversial stuff here. No, I don't know. If earning money is important, Pyro, then you probably shouldn't do that, right? Okay, so it's our data casting that is wrong. So, okay, let's be a bit more clear here, right? Invalid type when casting event data. Okay, that would be more useful to know. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Bollocks, what did I do wrong? Okay, so it doesn't break. Is it the change one that's knackered? Wait, what are we doing here? Yeah. Okay, so let's have a look at the change here. So on change will emit an input change, right? Still apparently not. I wrote this using the thing that we're building here, right? It's just it's very, very simplistic in its way, right? It looks like this. This is basically, so we can have pinned messages as well, right? Let's just go to, not split the view, please. Right, there we go. So now we're going to pin Happy Wednesday up here. There you go, right? That's this pinned message here. And we can see how this pin actually looks and what it does, right? If we don't like that color, we can change it, right? That just made it, well, actually, I like that. It made it brighter. And should we try to crank that up a little bit? Maybe we make it bold as well, right? There we go. Whoops, then it expired. So this is basically it, right? It's a bunch of data, and then we have templates to decide how the data looks like, right? The chat messages is just this, right? So if someone redeems an event, which would be something like a random quote by someone, right? We go in here. Otherwise, we go in here where we show the chat, right? So if you want to know what a chat looks like, we just open the chat ammo file, right? On the message ammo. And this is what a chat looks like. Horizontal stack with a container. So it's fixed to 18. So if someone's name is like really long, I wonder if we should align the text to the right. Is that better? Should we try that? Let's put an H stack in here with a spacer. All right, so we align everyone's name to the right instead. That might be better, right? We should probably have some padding around the text as well. Like that. Yeah, I'm on board with that. Anyway, so that's it for the text up there in the corner. I don't know why input change is wrong here. I mean, that is what we get. Surely it doesn't require an ampersand here, does it? That would just be nanas. No, thank goodness. That's it, IRC. Although we're not connecting to the IRC server of Twitch, we're using the WebSocket stuff because we have a bunch of other things going on, but we're effectively doing IRC over WebSockets, right? Because that's how it works. Okay, so the change event that we are publishing, there's something really strange here. Let's try to only care about one event, and that is text change. And how did we map that? We map on change to text change. I don't think IRC is dead, Robo. Although Freenet is, but still. Yeah, you're effectively dealing with the same thing, Talk, if you're doing the IRC over WebSockets, but you're doing that over WebSockets instead, right? So we are mapping the inputs on change function called to text change. So when we publish on change, that's what we should publish. Let's get rid of this one for a second. Let's just narrow down the space of breakage here, right? That is on change. Oh, shit. Look at that. Okay, well, that was an easy fit. That was an easy fix. So let change equal to input change. Insert state dot cursor position, copy the value, and we want the character. There we go. So that was the issue, right? How are you interacting with the chat if you don't use IRC over WebSockets? Do they have something else? Because Twitch API docs, I think this will show that the WebSocket, which is the pub sub and chatbots, here you go, right? Event sub. Okay, so if you're using event sub, then you are probably not going to be able to send messages. So you're probably using web requests to post message. Okay, I got what you're doing, right? You are reading messages, but to send messages, you're doing that over just web requests, right? To post, yeah. Okay, I gotcha. That's how Sergeant Pepper does it as well, right? I'm a little bit more of a sausage, and I should probably do that too, though, right? Just because it would be slightly simpler to do that rather than parsing RC messages, even though we are parsing RC messages. Actually, let's see what RC messages looks like over event sub. Let's see if the chat is in here somewhere. 267. This one, right? No, not clear chat. There we go. The channel chat message will sends a notification when a user sends a message to a channel chat room. Read chat scope, and what did the message look like? Right. Where can we see what the message payload looks like? That's a request body. Okay, here maybe. Okay. Oh, I think the IRC thing is so ingrained in it that's going to be around for a while. But this could be a way to deal with, not to deal with, but to do it now. What's a shared chat message example? Oh, I see. So that would be if you combine your chat with someone else. That makes sense. Maybe we'll implement this. It wouldn't be too bad. We just have to say that we want the channel and the events in there. So getting the events will be simple. Okay, so I think we're good now. Yeah. Yeah, we are. Use the crate. Why main not pushed yet? Well, you mean like why haven't we merged with main yet? We have some small tidbits left to do before that, but we are very close. We are on the cusp of transitioning from alpha into beta, but there are a few tiny details that I want to iron out before we go full beta. For the relay, we'll probably use dev. We haven't set a date yet, right? No one cares about main. No enjoy talk. Our thoughts and prayers with you as you go through these struggles and these tough times. All right, so we can push the change and we can get the text. So now we need to be able to sort of echo out the text though. So let's go to our input template and let's put some text here, state dot. Let's just go into to do nothing, toml templates, input. Ah, we used a set stack, that's why. Okay, well then easy enough to fix. this is gonna be great. That was sarcasm. Barry, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Barry. How you doing? How was your stream? So we're gonna add some padding to that, and it's just gonna be state or text. Is it 1 or 2? And then we'll have a position where the left one is state.cursor position. And then we're going to have the cursor. That would just be a container. That's good to do. Let's set the background as something you can configure as attributes. Cursor background. Or let's just call it cursor color. If we don't have a cursor color, we'll use green because that's a nice, pretty color. We're going to make this thing be 1 by 1 for obvious reasons. And I think that's it. So if we run this now, we should see the green cursor on screen as we type, right? There's the green cursor. All right, it looks a bit naff because all right. Why is this not working? Oh, there we go, right? And we can move the cursor. You know what? It should make the background. Oh, we can't do that. All right, it needs a bit of fixing though, right? And hitting enter should now submit that text to the parent. We're going to clean that up, but let's go to our main AML file. And then we say state.text. Is that it? No, text A, because we're going to have multiples of these, right? And then on enter goes to set text A. So this is why it's important to have to be able to map one event to multiple different events when you have different instances of the input. My goodness, my brain is just like a treacle, right? I'm like, oh, hello, right? So text, set text A, right? Set text A. Okay, so if I type something and hit enter now, that should be sent to text A. We can try to make the foreground as well, right? We don't need to put all the attributes in the same on the same line, right? It is white space aware, but it's not a savage, okay? Okay, so we should be able to do that. Let's run this again. So now the text is black underneath this. We can delete. Okay, let's clear this up. Hello world. Okay, there we go. And this is our new text. Right, so that's fine. The border looks a bit dumbass, but we can probably fix that by making sure that this thing has a minimum size. Do we need the... Yeah, we do need that. Oh, padding 1 to the right. I think that was not quite what we're supposed to have, was it? It is. It looks very much exactly the same. Let's try to change the color of this though, right? Before we move anywhere else, right? So we should be able to say that the... what's the name of that thing? Cursor color BG. Cursor, what's color BG magenta. Yeah. And then cursor color FG red. That's gonna be super gross. Yeah, look at that. Whoops. I should not have moved that. Not a problem. Okay, so we sort of have one that... Come on, man. Move over there. We sort of have one that works. That is terrifying. Okay, so what are we missing now? We can change the input. That has to be documented. Okay, let's make the change work as well, right? So let's have a change count here. Changes. Let's just have a U size here. So when there is a change, then we do state.changes dot plus equals 1, right? So now it doesn't matter what we do. We're checking how many times we have changed this. It doesn't count the character return, but honestly, who cares about that? Right, but the cursor and the border doesn't look good. So we should set like a minimum size for our text input. So let's go to our extras and let's put a container here around this and set the minimum width to be 1 and the minimum height, whoops, to be 1. So hopefully that will clean this up. No, it didn't. Yes, it did. We need to be able to move the cursor past the last character as well, right? No cat peasant today. Oh, is it because we're a bit early? Yeah, I think people might turn up very soon, right? Bidding a person portfolio thing, that's good. Oh, hang on, I can't... Oh, this one came out as that. Why am I not seeing your name? Let me rebuild this. We need to change that one, right? To connect to the right thing. We should probably have cat peasant, but I'm happy you're here, Tiny. I haven't listened to the song yet, by the way. I will soon, right? IS is better. As someone who's worked with both of them, I will say very politely that you are wrong. Absolutely wrong. Okay? No. Well, I mean, IS is just a bunch of checkboxes. NS is a piece of art, right? No. You gotta like what you like, right? It's all good. Let's have a config for this thing, right? Config.toml. And let's have a socket be temp. What should we have there? Intense and scary. That sounds good. Temp bunnybot socket. That's the one we want to use. Let's do some configs here. All right, 2 hours are up. So we're going to take a tea break. Does this even run? I think this might be like super balked. Yeah. All right, maybe we build the AFK thing as well. All right, hang on to your sockets. Tea. All right, I'll be back in a bit. Okay. Let's see if we can fix this in the meantime. Hello, Tempe. How you doing? WebLogic is best web server. You guys scare me sometimes. Yeah, that's broken. What was I doing again? Oh yeah, we want some kind of config for this thing, right? Do we have a derive macro here? Oh man, that's hectic. Okay, so we have to add 30 derive then. Okay, and then we have socket, which is a string here. And inball config. Load, return self. Do we have like a functions here? Maybe from file or something? From stir. Okay, so let's do a okay. Gotta log this. Where are we? There. Okay. The Empire of Chair. You could have it all. My Empire of Chairs. That's not a string though. That's about to be a vector. So let's see. Can we do from... Okay, it's only from string. So read string then. Read to string. There we go. So let's load the config. Shit, wrong socket. Well, this is how we communicate with the witch box, so that's all right then. Here, socket address. So networking, we need a config. Like so, and then this. Oh wait, is this our socket address? Yeah. Is this maybe the config is in the wrong place now? We'll make the config. We'll make it arc so we can reuse it. So we send it here. This will have a config. Right. So the bot address will not be the bot address, will it? Yeah. How you doing, Scotty? We're gonna get rid of you too, which is bad, but also not. So bot address will be in our config as bot socket instead. Private field? No. L? No, come back here. No, path buff. Yeah, there we go. Snap. Not snap. There we go. Yesterday was painful, wasn't it? I felt very tired yesterday. I mean, different people, different pain, right? But I do agree with you in general that yesterday was painful. Okay, so let's go to... So that's the witch box socket. Let's enable the other ones to run with... getting rid of these now. Let's run the bunny bot with a config argument instead, right? So that will be temp bunny bot socket, right? Let's make that a possibility. Now we're just gonna have the args for this. What are you talking about? Bunnybot bot address. No, we're not gonna have that. Wait, what is this project? Yeah, what are you doing? Don't let Enrico dictate how you live your life, Marvin. If you want to dump a wall of text there, feel free to do so. It's not... Just do your thing, man. Don't listen to Enrico. Don't let him guilt you into anything. Alright, so the bot address here needs to go. That's going to be args skip 1 and then unwrap. No, go lowercase in Word. Thank you. There we go. Yeah, I get it on my watch, which is mildly annoying, actually. Maybe I'm not in streamer mode. I am not. Okay. Let's fix that. Okay, so now we can do this. We might need that one for later. Wait, we have a config here. Yeah. This thing can already read chat as well. Should we put in the config? No, we shouldn't put in the config, you idiot. There we go. So if we run this without, it should panic now. Yes. Okay, then simple bun should do the same thing. It sounds like hell. Normally, it's not too bad. I do mute a lot of things on my own server. So, for instance, now I will go and mute the general science tech site channel for a few hours just because I'm streaming and I don't want to get notified by it. No other reason. I do this a lot with channels on Discord. I just gonna mute them. I have most servers in polling mode, right? Why is this not working? All of this is fine. You don't need a version, okay? Let's just be clear on that one. Why would that not be implemented? It is implemented. I know I've implemented it. Yeah. All right. I just have to clean that out. So doing this now should make it possible to run this the moment this thing goes through 6 billion Tokyo dependencies and what have you. Okay, and the bot is there. All right. There we go. We're back on track. And now we can mess around with this thing and run it on a separate socket. Okay, so let's make this thing look a little bit better then, right? So to source kind is now there. It's all good. I don't know why your name isn't showing up, Keeney. Is it because it's... Oh, hang on. I think I might actually see what the bug is. Yes. That's what the issue is. Yeah, that's not going to do anything. Oh, right. Because, wait, that is not correct, though. Having a spacer should not affect that. All right, sorry. The spacer should do nothing in that case. All right, so there's another bug. Let's make a... That should be a reasonably easy bug to fix, though. So let's make an example for that one, right? It's not just you. It would get rid of Enrico, and it got rid of someone else as well earlier. Why do we have some DaVinci Resolve media there, right? Let's see. So we are gonna cargo add path. All right, so while that's failing, because that doesn't exist. Okay, so if we put a container here with a width of 18, we put a horizontal stack in there with a spacer there and a text field here. And this is text. I run this. That's fine. Let's put a border around this thing so we can see where it is. Okay, so let's shrink this. Yeah. See, easy to replicate. Hello, Ragamuffin. How you doing? Yeah, I woke up 4:45 this morning and I felt like ass. I'm like, oh man, I don't think I want to go work out. And then the wife woke up and she's like, well, I'm awake, so let's go to the gym. And I'm like, ah. I'm so happy she said that, so I went. But then there was a guy who didn't clean up after himself there, and that made me a little bit like, come on, man. No one wants to have your butt sweat sitting around. You're not better than us. Shit. Okay, so let's have a look at how the spacer is actually laid out then, right? We could just not lay out the spacer, couldn't we? If there's no room for it. Yeah, it's Enrico P, man. I could make the names rap, but I don't think that's any better. This is a bit gross, you don't say. Okay, so let's read through the layout then. I don't remember why this was done. I don't think I wrote this code either. It's all from a place of love, right? You can't ban the streamer. We've tried and it didn't work. Okay, so what happens with this final size then? We'll return the final size. Okay. Hello, milady. How you going? Aren't we waiting for Bonen though? Shouldn't we let Bone and Kraut redeem game though, right? For once. He never gets to redeem game though. Have a heart. Okay, let's write a test for this. There is no test for this. So let's go to spacer. Yeah, the bean juice, right? You published a crate. Good work. I came across a bug that I hope isn't going to be too much effort to fix. So, just dealing with that. Let's see if we can reduce what we need for this and just say with 12 here. Ooh, that didn't fail. Is it when it's wrapped in a container? Hello, Harry. Is this just container related? Oof. I mean, easy enough to fix here then, right? But why? Why does that happen to the container? All right, then I'm not going to work on this on stream. I've done enough bug fixing. Let's just do a new post. Container with hstack and spacer consumes content. There we go, right? I'm guessing that one is important, yeah. It is open and it is a bug. The text is hidden. However, if we change the template to whoops. I remove the container. It works. Post. All right, log that, and we move on. Oof. Delicious tea. Delicious tea. Okay, so what was okay? We're working on the input thing, right? We're working on getting an input value in here, and I think we do now have an input. What did I break? No such file or directory. What project is this? That is the right project. Why is that not a thing now? Oh, I moved it into source templates. Okay. That's what we want. Oh, this is the extra stuff, you idiot. I'm trying to run the wrong project. There we go. Now we can't do that. Rust, that's an environment, Cosmic. Are you on Pop OS, maybe? Okay, so we are not working on that. This is what we're in stream control, right? We need to... Okay, so the issue here was moving the cursor and then trying to move it back, right? So let's get that working. Input, move cursor to the right. Did I break it? What a bizarre mistake to make. After years of programming, that's a very strange mistake to make. But okay. Yeah, that works. That was an easy fix. All right, so we have an input widget, but what happens when we go too far with our input? So Let's see if we can make that work at least. So we can have like a virtual space that it can move around in. That's going to be a very big change, actually. So right now we have to tab once to get there. So instead, we're just going to say that this component doesn't actually accept. Well, it doesn't tick. Should we make components not tick by default? I don't know. No, it feels like an optimization for the sake of saving a few cycles. No, we're not going to do that. But we're going to have one that is accepts focus. That's going to return false. So whenever we run this now, it should go straight to the input, and it does. All right, now let's limit the size of the input. I see. I don't know what that is, but yes. So we do this. We have now fixed this thing, but as you can see, the text behaves in one way, but the cursor behaves in a different way. Are we gonna make multi-line input as well? Okay. Well, one thing we can do is we can set the height to 1 instead. So now we can't do that. See? But that doesn't help us. We need the cursor to stay put, and we need the text to scroll. So really, what we need here is an overflow along the horizontal axis. I guess everything should overflow on the horizontal axis here. Do we need a Z stack here? Can't run that. We do if we want to be able to see the cursor. The position doesn't work otherwise. Okay, so we will... Yeah, multi-line input will have to happen later. We do overflow here. So that should make this thing almost right. We just needed to start scrolling when we get to the end, right? How do we know? How do we know if it's on the outside or not? Like if it's gonna scroll too far? I saw that. Yeah, I had like 20 new followers after that. How do we do this, right? If the cursor is at the end, then we need to start scrolling, right? Can we get the size of the... Okay, maybe, I don't know. We need to get the size of the element. Can we do that? Is that a thing? Apparently it is. Okay, let's show the size here. Okay, let's put that in the state for now as a debug thing. Do we not have state implemented for size? We should probably do that. But they aren't values though, so that would make sense that it isn't. Okay, instead let's just do width. I think that's going to be a U16. There we go. What an ample name. Hello, Mogambra. How you doing, buddy? See, I'm transitioning into calling you Mogambra now. We're not showing that in state, are we? So we need to make that happen on the inputs. We could just position this one. So we do position. So we float it, and then text is going to be state.width. That's going to be weird, but it will show up at least. So it's 17, and it's not growing. Damn. Doing good. Wow, congratulations. I hope you had enough sleep, because you ain't getting any more of that. Congratulations. That's really nice. Let's do this. Can we do this? Cargo run. Can we not do that? Will that fail? No, there we go. Baby am. There we go. Oh yeah, I feel like that too, bro. My wife was definitely doing a lot more than I was when our baby was born. I was working a lot and she was taking care of the child. Not easy. I remember when the kid was getting like slightly older and was sitting on the floor on one of those play mats in the kitchen, and the wife was doing something, and I walked by the kitchen. The wife hadn't seen it, but the kid had got hold of the aluminium foil and just pulled out lots of sheets of it, and were just sitting there pulling the aluminium foil, and I'm like, okay. So the width is not changing when we do that. We could get like the, can we get some kind of inner width from the element? So instead of asking for the element size, we say there we go. We say overflow is element to overflow. Might have to pull this in. And what can we ask the overflow for? There is an inner size. Like that. Okay, let's see how this differs from what we had before, which was like 17. Yeah, that's what we're looking for. Yeah. Well, have your kid is great. It's a bit boring in the beginning because babies are pretty useless. They just lie there. And you be like, what's up, Lassie? You shat yourself again. So did I. All right. But once they get a little bit older and they start walking, that's amazing. They start talking, that's amazing. Then it isn't amazing. And then it gets amazing again. And yeah. Little versions of ourselves running around. It's a boy or a girl then, right? What did you say? Did you say? Yeah, a girl. All right, nice one. I was like, when my wife was pregnant, I'm like, man, I'm gonna let my kid do whatever he wants. When he's 15, if he wants to go backpacking in India, man, I'll pay for his plane ticket. And then the doctor's like, congratulations, you're having a girl. It's like, no, she's staying home for the rest of her life. Protect. Okay. A mustache, a full-on beard, be like,
hey, Dad, make me a cup of coffee if you're in the kitchen, please.
Yes, sweetie.
Yes. Yes, sweetie. I can do that. Please don't hit Daddy anymore.
2 girls and a boy. Yeah, you've you suffered too. Okay, so we can get the inner size. That means that we can fix the, can we get that outer size as well? Oh man, come on, input. Okay. Oh, we don't see the outer size because we have it fixed. Okay, let's unfix that then. Wait, why? Okay, that's weird, but I think that's a logged bug already. So the outer is 17 no matter what we do. And if we were to measure the space here, that would be 17, right? Well, it's 18, but yeah. Why is it 17 and not 18? You know what? Look at that. It's a picture of me not caring. So let's fix this then. So if the cursor is larger than 17. All right, now I have to think. And thinking hurts my poor brain. And I'm out of tea. I mean, I might as well just give up now. If the inner width exceeds the outer width, then we need to scroll the offset. So we need to scroll to the outer width. But that is just half the battle, right? I don't know if we can scroll to. We have a scroll up, down, but we don't have a fixed scroll. There is a scroll to. Damn it, brain. So before we do anything, we say if the if the inner, the width is larger than the outer, then the offset is the inner dot width minus outer dot width. That's the position we will scroll to. I reckon we can do something like this. Sure we can. Past me thought about a lot of nonsense. Okay, so now we should be scrolling as we type more text. That does not fix the cursor though, right? And we're off by 1, but whatever. Can't believe this just works, right? Damn. Is it bedtime soon? Because I'm super tired and I just want to play Balatro. I don't know about you, though. Yeah, the width is wrong by one. What is Balatro? I don't know. What is Balatro? That's poison. I don't know what it is, though, right? What's Balatro? Okay, why are we getting the wrong size, though? That seems a little bit weird to me. Yep, that's right. Damn. Slay play. There we go, right? Then you can't play. I got one more. I have to finish gold stake on blue deck to move on in my life. But there you go. Okay, so is the issue that there is something wrong with the size? Just one last cigarette. There you go. I can quit whenever I want. Let's change this to a container instead. And let's set the background to dark gray. So we can see it. Now it's 19. It still seemed to be off by one. Oh, ship on it. That's because we have the padding. All right. Let's get rid of the padding for this guy. I think this will be right now. Yeah, this is now correct. Is that the right behavior, though? Soup. No, we can go too far that way as well. Something not right with this. Okay. Ah, I think that is just the... There's something that happens when we backspace. We need to store the cursor position at the edge as well. Do we have a prefix here? No, we need to have a max X value here, which is going to be the min value of cursor position or outer width, right? So we need to configure the state to have this information, but we don't want that information to be actual values, right? So do we use this input here? Oh, I just made that up, didn't we? I don't think so, no. let's just store that on this as the yeah, I'm gonna try. I might give Hyperland a whirl in a bit. Um, we need to set the container width on the state. And then we're gonna get the text size here. Wayland. I don't use Wayland right now. And it's been a while since I tried Wayland, and it didn't work well on the Sway. So thought maybe try Hyperland. It's just for fun. There's no benefit to you to using it for me. We'll do this. Really? What's the point of that? Like, what are they going with that? Are you streaming using Sway, Raga? Because that did not work out well for me. Never had an issue, really. I had, yeah, I had issues with streaming a workspace. Suddenly streamed all workspaces. Which desktop portal is that? That seems a thing. How many screens do you have connected, Araga? I got it. Really? Hmm. 2 and 1 vertical. All right. XG portal wheel route. Maybe. Well, I've uninstalled those now, so probably that one as well, then, right? Did you see the robot chicken thing, Mr. Balrog? The bipolar bear or whatever it was. If I want to go private, we just go darkest bunny. I might do that, or I got to check it out. It's not worth looking at it. I was just wondering if you. I just remembered when you said that. It's valid. It really is. It's generated with ChatGPT, and I do like it. I tried to get one for bilateral with a bunny joker, but it can't do pixel art. It was too terrible, right? It is. This is the only picture that is generated that is really cool. Okay, I think this is all we need. So every time we insert or modify, we will update. So now we can make sure that the cursor doesn't move past the text width or the container width. We have to set the container width as well. And the container width is given the moment we insert something. Could we get it to do that immediately, maybe? All right, so where do we move the cursor? No, we wait, do we have, yeah, we do have the state, all right. Inner width, is that it? No, container width is the one we want. You know what? I want to clear this. Width is 0. Okay, do we ever set that one? It's bad discrimination. Yeah, we need to get this the container width set. I don't think we ever set the container width. No, so when we do an update, when we get the outer inner size here, we can do that here. We can just say state dot outer width is outer dot width. No, container width, damn it. Okay, let's see if this thing panics with 0. No, it doesn't. Okay, we're good. We're good. Panic. So we already have that, right? I don't know, Anakim. It's for my prompt here. This is so I know which computer I'm logged into, right? If I log into the computer next to me here, this changes to paw prints instead, right? But we've garnered a lot of bunny specifics as a theme for the stream as well. And this is my streaming computer. I do have a bunny. His name is Nonsense, and he survived a horrible disease, and he's now well. And I'm very happy about that. We have to take him to the vet, though, because he's got runny eyes. So we're taking him to the vet in a few days to have his eyes checked. He's probably going to get some kind of eye drops, which means I'm going to have to give him eye drops every day. Do you know how fun it is to medicate an animal? Because you'll be like, hey, I'm going to help you. And the animal's like... You try to help me, I'll chew on your stuff and shit in your shoes. There you go. But yeah, my different computers have different different characters there, so I know which is which. Okay, so moving the cursor should only happen if the cursor is less than, and then we're going to do max x is equal to self dot container size, container width, or text width. This was wrong anyway, so I can't do that. Okay, let's see if this works now. It does not work. I can move it here, but I can't move it past that now. But when I type, it's moving as well. Here we go, right? So let's have a function here called max cursor x. Okay, so we should do the same thing here. So it needs to be less than, not less than or equal to. Ah, okay. Will this work now? Yes, it does. We don't have scrolling working, right? But and that is clearly wrong. So we need like a physical cursor position and a local one, right? I do, Harry. I'm gonna open source all this stuff soon. I just needed to suck less. Be a little bit more tidy. But it is complex, and that has to be known. Because it works by having one server connecting to... So one server is connecting to Twitch and do all the API stuff. All the other programs, this is running the bot in the chat, right? So when you say help, you see the bot react there, right? So this program runs the bot. This program is just a display for the chat, right? If we do things like that, right? So really, it's a like a local server with a lot of stuff that can connect to it, and there's a lot of stuff happening there. So I have to make it really easy to use. Yeah, and I'm thinking about it. We should echo the bunny bot in here, though, even if it's not. Thank you for the follow. It's kind of nice to not have the bot in here. Maybe we don't. Okay, so we definitely want the cursor to be able to go past that, right? So maybe this was wrong. Hello, hello, hello. Okay. Yeah, I got the greatest tip at all. Just code. Write code, read book, repeat. There isn't really much to learning how to program. You don't have to be a genius. You don't have to be good at math. You have to be tenacious. And you have to want to. Because it's probably really boring if you don't like it. And you have to be okay dealing with bullshit errors and mistakes in your code. It's all good. We do have a Discord where people can learn and chat and share as well, right? We have a co-working channel for those of you who don't know. Oof, that's a tough one, Prime Coder. I think Go is probably easier. And I don't know if the performance benefits is going to be that great with Rust that it's worth doing that. So maybe get the fuck out of here. Sorry. Maybe I'm just a great software dev too, but I try not to flex it too much. So yeah, I think Rust and concurrency is a lot steeper of a learning, has a lot steeper learning curve than Go, right? You learn Go, you use channels, bada bing, bada boom, right? Everything's a Go routine and you're off to the races. With Rust, you have to learn about the traits and the async stuff and generics and managing the memory and lifetimes and all that gobbledygook, right? So I think Go is probably miles easier to get into to write whatever netcode you want to, right? So no, in this instance, I don't think that learning Rust is a good choice. I think it's better to learn Go first. And if you feel like you want to, because you get frustrated with the error handling or whatever, right? Then by all means, try Rust. But I wouldn't do both languages at the same time. And to my understanding, Go is definitely easier to learn than Rust. So yeah, skip Rust until you're proficient with Go. You can translate a lot of the stuff to Rust, but oof, right? Async Rust is... If you're like new to Rust, I think you should leave async Rust alone until you're more comfortable with it, right? That's not to dissuade anyone from using it, but it's more like a couple of years ago, there was a lot of new Rust streamers and they were all doing like, oh, we're doing Rust in Tokyo. And I'd be like, how's it going? And I'm like, yeah, I'm just learning Rust. And I'm like, oh, you're using async Rust? And then we never saw them again, right? So I think async Rust is a reason why people give up on Rust. Because of some of their complexity in there, right? Oh yeah, there was lots of people streaming Rust, and I'm like, wow, it's cool to see Rust devs, and I chatted with them and asked them like what their journey was and everything, and they were all enthusiastic and doing async Rust, and I was like, all right, more power to you, but then I never saw them again, right? How does async Rust compare to async Python? I feel like that's trying to compare a sandwich to your mom, right? It doesn't make sense. And people are going to get unhappy if you do it, right? I mean, async Python doesn't have any of the... All right, like this. What makes Rust difficult to learn for some people is the notion of lifetimes. Now, all languages almost, right, has some form of lifetime. Even languages like Go and C# and all this thing, right? But their lifetime is dictated by the garbage collector, right? You load a bunch of stuff into memory and the garbage collector is tracing this or tracking this, right? And we're like, all right, no one is using this chunk of memory, so I'm just going to eject that, right? But you don't do any of that. And then we get to like the other side of the spectrum where we have things like C, where you're in charge of allocating the memory and freeing the memory. And now you have to know that you don't free the memory before you're done using it. You don't have to care about that in Python, for instance, right? Then we have Rust, which is this kind of weird language where you don't specifically allocate the memory and you don't specifically free the memory, but the memory is still tracked through its lifetime. So you have something called lifetime annotations. And now, when you're in the language where you have to deal with memory, you have to reason about the lifetime of your memory across thread boundaries. And that's just, what? That's insane, right? So it's not... I would say it's probably really difficult to write correct async code in C or C++. It's more difficult to write correct async code, right? It's more difficult to get it to compile in Rust, but when it's compiling, it should be fine. But you still have to reason about the memory and the ownership, right? Like, when is it okay for this memory to be dropped? When is it okay? If this thing is supposed to span multiple threads, I don't even know who owns the memory. I mean, in Rust, you have to express that in a way that works, right? But if you're just talking about it, right? Let's say you have a thread that gathers user input, you have another thread that displays something, and you have one thread that does who knows what, right? And you don't know when any of these threads are going to finish. And one of them has to free the memory, right? It just becomes... I mean, obviously, if you're writing this in, say, C, then you'll have some... You wouldn't free the memory in any of these threads. You will have one thread, or you create the memory somewhere, and then you probably free it once all threads have finished, right? Or whatever you would do. But either way, right? So when you create a string in Golang or Python or whatever, this string is managed and tracked by the garbage collector, right? You don't have to care about that. You don't have to think about when is this memory going to be freed. But in Rust you do, and in C you do, right? And in Sig you do. So languages where you do, it's more complicated, right? Yeah, it is not difficult in Rust because you have synchronization primitives, right? But you have to understand that you need them. Yes, the program won't compile it without them, but you have to understand that you need them, right? There is probably not much in synchronization primitives in Python, right? Because it's, again, the GIL is single-threaded and blah, blah, right? Rust can do single-thread async. Rust can do anything async, right? Async in Rust is just a trait. It depends on your runtime. You can have a runtime that uses one or many or a fixed number, or it's up to you, really, how and what you use, right? But the default runtime for Rust, the ubiquitous runtime for Rust is Tokyo. And Tokyo by default is multi-threaded. So when you spawn a task, you have no idea what thread that task is going to end up on. Main thread, some other thread, create a new one, reuse an old one. You don't know. Okay. So we almost have this working now, which is cool. But it's a little bit shit. So we should try to make it not so shit. What's for lunch today? Does anyone know? Anyone have any ideas? But yeah, good distraction. Okay, let's get back into the pain of this. To be clear, the main reason I program Rust is because I find it so far to be the most enjoyable language to use. It has nothing to do with the merits of the language or anything like that, right? If I found that SIG was more fun, I would jump the ship, right? Fish and chips is too greasy. Can't have chips. Although I could have roasted potatoes, right? If we cut down on the oil, that could work. Maybe we should have that. Roast potatoes. And All right, so obviously something is wrong here. Let's figure out what's wrong. Wow. Yeah, something is definitely wrong there. Ooh, a pulled pork sandwich would be good. Let's just take good 8 hours to smoke a pork butt. Okay, should we just start figuring this out then? Okay, we can print the cursor position. That would make sense as well. Because that's what we're actually... Ooh, hang on. We need an internal cursor position. So this is going to be the display cursor position. Oh, now I really want pulled pork. I haven't had that in ages. With coleslaw, cornbread. Oh, man. Human grade dog food. Okay, I think I'm out. Right, so really it's the inner cursor position that we want to move, and then we have the display one just for display purposes, right? It is wrong. It's wrong. We need to not use the width. We need to use the character count, right? Yes, the inner cursor works with the character count. So when we go to remove something, we don't do anything with this one. We will update this based on There we go. So we can just get rid of all of this thing, right? So the position is not that. Maybe we don't need to worry about the character count. I think this is the right thing to do. Yeah, let's keep the character count. That can suck it. No, that's insane. There we go. And then after this, we update the visible cursor. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Don't really care about self-text width here. So let's get rid of that one. Don't care about that one now. So then here we go. Okay, so we don't really mutate the display cursor anymore. That one is just for show, right? So instead we have this internal cursor where we track everything. So after doing something like this, we just do self.update cursor, which we're going to rename eventually. There we go, right? Forgot what that was called. Okay, so we can now do all of these things and our cursor is not actually visible. Let's make sure this is actually happening now, right? So the cursor position here. Okay, that should be fine. Character count. If it's larger, then do nothing. If it's 0. If there are 0 characters, then do nothing. If this thing... Yeah, that's we remove the character. And then moving the cursor. Now it could be a little bit more... Actually, we can return here. So we don't... So what that will do is just not call this if we're not in a situation where the cursor changes, right? Okay, now we just have to update the visible cursor here, right? And we know what the maximum size of this is, right? That's going to be the width or the maximum of the cursor, right? So self.cursor position.min self.container width, right? That's going to be the that's going to be the smallest one where we can place the visible cursor, right? So the visible cursor, is it not visible cursor? Display cursor. That's it, right? Okay, let's see if that's even remotely correct. No, it didn't work at all. All right, let's display the cursor position while we're at it. So let's look at the input AML. Actual cursor. And we set the height to 4. Then we need another cursor here. df underscore actual cursor. So every time we do this, then we updating cursor here. Then we're going to say self.actual cursor position.set self.cursor position. Okay, so we can actually observe this now, right? Right, and we have to update the template. I think we did that already. Okay. Okay, it's nothing. That's not right. Actual cursor position. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, nothing is working here. I think I just broke something. No. No. Okay. Why is this thing not working now? We need to do something else soon. What should we do? I don't know. Okay, then. Actual cursor position is set to 0. Is set to self cursor position. But we are mutating self cursor position, right? Not here. But move cursor. What about when we insert? No. We do that here. Okay, this is blowing my mind and not in a good way. This should happen. Come on, Bill, you freak. Yeah, certainly happens. So why is it not updating the position then? Now it is. But moving left and right doesn't. Oh, you silly sausage. You silly sausage. There we go, right? Okay, and then updating the cursor is constantly failing because the container width is never set. Yes, it is. Well, why aren't you doing something? All right. The inner width is 10. Why is it not working then? That's why. Apparently the hardest word in the English language to spell. Still not doing anything. Okay, let's get rid of inner width here to see where this is being changed. Okay, looks fine to me. I mean, this is not 0. Why is it not updating the stupid cursor? Why is it not updating the cursor? Wait, okay, this is working now. A little bit off there, but okay. So this is fine, except for the actual visible cursor isn't moving. Why is it not moving? Okay, let's just update this to the cursor position then, right? That is just insane. Oh, you stupid asshole. Shh. You see nothing. Okay, it went past the size it's supposed to go past. Oh, I'm using the actual instead of the display. No, I'm using the display cursor position. Oh, the inner size is wrong. Oh, it's the outer size we should be going by, not the inner one. Oh, the inner one is... the overflows inner size. Inner width. That's it. Now we just have to tweak the nonsense here. Oof. Okay, so we should... Wait, why is that not doing anything? Oh, when we press character return, we need to scroll that back to the beginning again. Hello, Skylar. How you doing? I'm working on some extra widgets now. Not multi-line. That sucks. But you're all better now. Assuming that going to the city is like far away and exhausting for one or more reasons. What am I missing here? You live in the city? I see. Your mom's angry with you. What did you do? What did you do, Skylar? Ah, I see. I understand. Show me someone who acts like a normal person. Is your mom angry with you because you didn't act like a normal person? Did you explain to your mom why you weren't acting like a normal person? Whatever that means. She says, very disrespectful. Well, I don't know what you did. As long as you didn't walk around like this and be like, you can all suck it, you fools. Right? I wonder, what would your mom's side of the story be? If I asked your mom to tell me what happened in the city that made her upset, what do you think she would tell me? I mean, I know your mom's not going to tell me anything, but... Well, you would use the term the city if you live outside of a, but close to a city, and you say I'm going into the city, meaning you live a little bit in the outskirts, right? Wow. Okay. Let me unpack something here, Skylar, that is completely... I have no insight into this whatsoever. Okay. But let me make a hypothesis here, which might be miles off, and you should definitely ignore this, right? I think a person changing in such a way is a very big deal, and as a parent, I am guessing that she's very nervous about your future and how things are gonna go. And when parents are scared, they tend to show that with anger or annoyance because they don't want to express their fear and concern to the child, right? When my child comes home from school and I talk with her and she says, I didn't eat my lunch today, what she perceives as me being angry is me being concerned. But why didn't you eat your lunch? You have to eat your lunch. Otherwise, you're not going to have any energy to play or fight off the goblins or whatever kids do these days, right? So even though I'm reacting as if I'm angry, what happens on the inside is that I'm worried about my child. And imagine that your mom, you don't think is that? No, I like, look, I can be completely off here, right? I'm just speculating and making shit up now, right? So I'm saying, imagine if your mom is letting you go through with this, but you are not sure that this is what you want. Can you imagine how scared you would be as a parent? Like, why didn't I stop my kid from doing this, right? What if she regrets this and this is not who she wants to be? Why didn't I do anything, right? But I can be completely wrong in that. I'm probably miles off, right? How you express it has nothing to do with the feelings underneath. Parents are very complicated units of feelings, right? Because we can't tell our children everything, right? My kid asks me questions that I can never tell her the truth about because she's not supposed to know that, right? Dad, did you used to eat babies? No. Right? As a parent, you are constantly afraid and concerned for your child's well-being. And it's very easy. It doesn't really matter what we say, right? I'm not defending your mom. I don't know anything. She might be completely irrational and you should just, throw a handbag at her or whatever. I don't know, right? What people say and what they mean are very different things, right? A parent that is angry or seemingly annoyed with the child is probably afraid half the time, right? We're afraid. Why didn't you call me? Why didn't you say anything? Why didn't you do this? Why didn't you? I have heard other parents talk to the kid and say things that made me react on the inside, going like, dude, are you talking to your kid like that? But I also understand the parent's concern, right? For instance, this is sort of anchored in a real situation that happened. The wording was a little bit different and I don't quite remember it. But a friend of my child is on her phone. Kids are on speakerphone all the time. They don't give a flip if anyone's listening or not. I don't understand this, but there you go, right? She's on the phone to her dad, and her dad says something like, why aren't you answering your phone? And she's like, well, I was busy playing or whatever. But don't you know how a phone works? Are you simple? Right? He didn't use those words, but the feeling I got when I heard that, he might as well just use those words. Translation: why didn't you answer your phone? I am terrified that something has happened to you. And if I am not where you are, I cannot help you. If I cannot get hold of you, I cannot help you. I am helpless as a parent, and that is freaking terrifying, right? Again, I have no idea if your mom is just, off a rocker or whatever it is, right? As an experiment, maybe ask her, right? So I understand that you are seemingly annoyed with me. Could you help me understand what it is that you're annoyed with? And is annoyed really the true feeling that you feel? Maybe your mom is not into talking about it. I mean, I'm not going to say anything to my kid. I'm not going to tell my kid if I'm having an anxiety attack, if I don't have to let her see that. My kid's never going to see me drunk. My kid is never going to see me in a situation where she is going to feel like I am not the rock that she needs in her life, right? It's like, and that does mean that as a parent, you will sometimes react with anger and frustration because you cannot let your child see your fear, right? But again, I have no idea. I am not speaking for your mom right now. I have no idea what the situation is there, right? I'm just speaking in general, right? Just saying, if a parent is angry with you, it might be because they're afraid. They're afraid of a situation they cannot control, right? So there is that, right? Thank you, Hybrid Love. I think. Print and frame that message, and then every time the wife says something, I'll be like, oh, read this. Right? Rational. Okay, are we almost done with the input? This is almost working, question mark. Well, we're missing the last character, but this now jumps to the end. Oh, but we need to reset the cursor positions when we do this, and the offset. That's what we need to do. We need to scroll the offset when we hit enter. That's what I'm missing, right? No, I'm not saying that you should do any of the things I'm saying, Skylar. Like, you know, I've never met your mom. I have no idea how she would react in any situation, right? I'm saying in my situation, if someone is upset with me, for instance, my wife, it happens surprisingly frequently. No, then I want to understand why. So I will talk to her about that. Now, a child talking to a parent, it's very important for the parent to still be the parent, right? In the dynamic between a parent and a child, you are your child's friend, but you're your child's parent first. The parent part has to come first. Otherwise, you get these messed up people who get drunk with the kids when they're like 16 or whatever, right? Because they want a drinking buddy. That's just insane, right? Don't do that. Ooh, very well is hard to say. I programmed BASIC a bit as a child, and then Pascal. So maybe Pascal was it, but I don't know Pascal now, right? If you feel uncomfortable about your mom being angry with you, then you could ask her, right? Like, why are you upset with me and all that, right? And it could be that you did disrespect her. I don't know, right? Maybe there was something that you said or did that was disrespectful other than what you told me. Because there's always two sides to every coin, which is what I'm saying. If I asked your mom why she's upset with you, she might give me a very different story, right? Again, I'm not saying that you're wrong or she's wrong or anything like that. I wasn't there. I don't know anything about the situation, right? It's all make-believe in my head, right? Like, I just make shit up. I don't know. Okay, so when we press enter, where's the enter thing, right? Here, we need to scroll our offset at this point back to 0. So when we hit enter, we need to say children.elements dot by tag overflow first element to overflow scroll to 0. Damn it. Oh, right. Position from. All right, so now we shooty heavy, and then it's right. Okay, so the only thing that's wrong now is that we are printing and moving the cursor beyond the edge, right? I mean, if that is all there is, then that's an insane reaction to a child, right? Especially since you are, I mean, maybe you don't like me calling you a child, but at my age, you are a child, right? It doesn't mean that you should feel like a child, but you're a youth, right? I don't know, man. Well, I mean, children don't want to be called children, right? So anyone who's under the age of 60 is a child in my age, right? I was there before time. No, but it's yeah, I understand that it's like I don't even call my child because she doesn't want to seem like a small child, right? So I'd be like, young individual, go to work now. The salt mines are beckoning. Anyway, yes. Now I don't know, Skylar. Okay, so what is it that is wrong here? Let's see if we can figure out this. What is wrong here? A. Okay, so we should start scrolling before we get there, right? At that point, we need to move. We need to scroll one to the right. Can we do that? We should be able to. There's a little bit wrong with the scrolling thing there. So let's try to fix that one. We could do that, but let's see if we don't have to do that maybe. When are we scrolling this thing, right? Is that gonna fix that part? Oops. Wait, subtract with overflow. Sponsored live stream collaboration. Hi team. Yes, it's as cool as it sounds. We're big fans of your Twitch stream, Togglebit. You've never watched my stream before, okay? Your energy and creativity are exactly the vibe we love. Well, I'm about as energetic as a sausage right now, but okay, I'm sure it's fine, okay? It's fine. We'd love to team up for a sponsor stream where you get to play around with this thing and create something awesome live. Check us out here. Would you be up for exploring together? Let us know what you think. We're happy to. I have to open it up here, right? I can. I'm just going to read this email from some sponsorship thing, right? Well, if you're watching the stream now, VO, I want to talk, right? I'm not going to turn it down. Let me see. Oh man, if they pay me 15 grand, I'll be pimping myself out in style, man. I'll wear the logo on my pants in public for 15 grand. But these companies usually tend to pay a lot less, so it could be anything from like $20 to $150, and it's important to me that the product's actually fun though, right? So if you're in chat, let me know, right? Well, that would be meaningless, Maniac, because not a lot of people would see that one, right? Is this the issue? I forgot what I was doing, so now I'm just changing things. No, we're off by one in the other direction. $2,000 you have to use VS Code, no extensions for a year. No, thank you. So $2,000, right? Let's say that there are 52 weeks in a year, right? You work 5 days, so there's 260 days, right? So $2,000 divided by 260. So you basically for $7.69 every day, you don't use Vim within the plugins. I kind of feel like no, okay, no. I'll be without. I mean, I need my plugins that I wrote, right? But I haven't taken a sponsorship since the keyboard. What's the keyboard, you ask? Well, the keyboard is amazing. Look at the keyboard. The keyboard is amazing, but I haven't taken any other sponsorships, so maybe I should ask them, like, what are they talking in terms of money here, right? Let me just reply to their email. There's 600 emails of how I broke the build in here. Phishing hacks, togglebit, phishing hack, all the people who broke the build. No, I'm kidding, Skylar. A small trackpad, maybe something from Mac boards. No, bastard keyboards, right? These guys are cool. Maybe something from these guys. Like this. Or this. They are not cheap. I built one of the keyboards. It doesn't have a trackpad or trackball. This is the one I built. So it's got a pretty aggressive tent, but I put it on purpose. It's a cool keyboard. This was a gift from a viewer, which is a very cool thing. The people who make these, the bastard keyboard people, right? Let me put this away. These keyboards are pricey, right? And you have to build them yourself, or you have to pay to have them built. But they are custom made keyboards, and I think they are for the enthusiasts as well, right? But they were super nice, these people. Both Charlie, who doesn't work for them, and one of the people from Bastard Keyboard was actually in my stream when I was trying to build it, and he was really helpful and nice. So check out Bastard Keyboards. I think they seem. I don't have any sponsorship or anything from them, right? They don't even know I exist, right? But I think they're nice, right? I would definitely be happy to give them some coin. So can we just do the +1 here? I'm so tired and hungry that thinking is difficult. No, that is just wrong. How should this work? So I was supposed to build a... Oh, I think you will. The keyboards that you build yourself, they're not as flimsy maybe as some people think. I mean, if you throw it across the room every weekend, then it's not going to last. But I haven't had any of the keyboards I built die on me. The Bucket Echo is still in use. I don't know how old this one is. This is the last 60% keyboard, the non-split keyboard I built. I don't know how long I've had this. This is heavy, right? I think this is probably like 1.2 kilos, maybe. You can order them assembled, absolutely. I don't, Maniac, but my T-Muxing is actually super simple. I have a command. No. It's a fish function that just starts Tmux when I write TMD, right? That's it. I'm now in Tmux, and Control S is my key, my prefix key. That's it, really. I don't really like making new ones, splitting. That's all I do, right? So it's not really. I mean, you can see it better here that I've split the screen, but yeah. So the TMD thing, let me find what that command is actually doing. Config fish functions cat TMD. Actually, I can do that from here. Right. It was set the session name to dev. So I had a TMW for Tmux work and a TMD for Tmux dev, for local dev, right? This is all I have that is somewhat custom, right? That's just the Vim icon, which can't be seen now. It's a nerd font thing. And that's like the most custom Tmux thing I do. And then I got rid of all the panels and everything because I don't like that. You might be able to, yeah. That doesn't look questionable at all, though, right? Ford. Walking around with your hands in your pocket like you're jingling change, right? That guy's been adjusting himself for the last 4 hours. Yes, but he managed to output a lot of code while he does it somehow. So this is one session and this is one session. So Control S, oh man, I have to do this. W. Control SW will show me the 2 sessions, right? This is the dev session. This is the Witchybox session, which is this one, right? So I can jump in here if I want to. But I shouldn't be in there. I should be somewhere else. There we go, right? There was actually Digma DeFi belt, not a belt, but let's see if I can find an image of one of these guys. These guys are so nice as well, the DeFi people. I'm sponsored by these, full disclosure, but these guys are the loveliest people ever. I get an email from them every now and then asking how things are going and telling me about things sometimes. And I feel a bit guilty because I should do a better job promoting this keyboard. Not because they sponsor me. I think we're like way out of that, but because the keyboard is so damn good. I think my sponsorship lapsed a long time ago. But there was like maybe it's on the website where it had the keyboard, not holster, but let's just see if it's in here just because it's funny, right? I don't use this computer for this stuff, but we can definitely allow these in. Where is it? They have like the blogs and stuff. Where is that? Okay, from our blog, maybe. See all posts, right? It's got to be in here somewhere because it was really funny. Oh, it's not in here. Well, that's a shame, right? But they were at a conference and he had the keyboard or like attached like a belt to the sides and a pad on his chest so he could type. I've always used Linux for streaming. It just makes sense to me. Everything works and I don't understand Windows anymore. It doesn't make any sense to me what they're doing over there. So Linux just does. With Linux, I can be wrong on my terms. Okay, should we understand this? Why is this thing... When should it scroll? Should we add 1 to the offset there? Is that an insane thing to do? Is this an insane thing to do? Yes, it is. That was not it. Should we try Skylar's thing of just adding a space to the end of the text? That feels like a weird thing to do. But we'll see what that looks like. No, that didn't help. Yep, I used OBS with a couple of different things. I used Source Record, which actually I don't use this plugin that much now, but I used it so I can record 2 cameras at the same time, right? So I have like a long umbilical that goes from my camera onto the floor with the capture cards and stuff, and I have another camera back there behind the plant that you can't see. Now it can be just a blob, right? When I had both those cameras wired up with OBS and Source Record, you could record both cameras at the same time, which was really good for multicam and stuff. OBS Studio Browser, I use this so I can have browser sources, so I can show the sub alerts and stuff, right? Vulkan Capture, so when I stream gaming, which I do over here, look. Here I use the Vulkan Capture for the game, and this is just a static image that you see now on screen. Let's go back to Twitch. And then obviously OBS Studio itself, right? Okay, well, if you want to share what your setup is, Mania, I can show you what I have on my setup here, right? This is going to look a little bit awkward because we're doing this. Okay, let's do this. Let's just go here while I'm... No, I can't do that. Idiot me. I have to share this, otherwise it doesn't work, right? So these are my... This is my setup. So for the... I don't have any filters on there. For the advanced audio properties, right? My desktop audio does not go to track 2 because I don't have track 2 enabled for my... I don't have track 2 enabled for my VODs, which are private anyway, right? So there's no issues with music and stuff if I ever do have that on. So if I play a bit of music for you now, I'm not going to get in trouble here. We have, well, these are just standard setups. There's a latency here because of the camera. Latency is what we have this there. It's good to know if your voice and your video doesn't sync up. Just do that. What else? Yeah, I mean, you're more than happy to share things with me, what you have, what you want. If you just started streaming, I'm happy to talk to you about like anything related to that, right? Yeah, so I don't know if I can actually show you, show you this now while I'm streaming. Let me see if I can go into settings, audio. No, I don't think I can show you this now, but in the audio settings, you can choose... No, here we go. Here, I can show you this. Right? Twitch VOD track is going to the second one, right? So you set up your audio track to 1 and VOD track to 2nd. This means that it will ignore everything on track 1, which is where my desktop audio is, right? So if you do that, you're good as well, right? Yeah, I mean, just ping me on Discord after the stream. I'm happy to chat about it. Right. Yeah, that won't help with YouTube though, right? But it's a step in that direction. All right, so I gotta figure out this input thing because I am definitely goofing this up somehow. Welcome to Discord, Rick. I am typing this and there we go. So when we reach the end of that, it should not have moved the cursor further and it should have scrolled to the left. So that seems to be two separate issues. So let's start with the cursor then, right? Which is the update cursor. That's going to be the container width -1, right? Okay, so I think this will fix the cursor position. Yes. Wait, was that fixed? This is now fixed. Question mark, question mark. No, it isn't. Yeah, no. You can stream on YouTube if you want to, right? You can stream on YouTube and you can... that's okay with Twitch. It's legal according to it's an agreement with the terms and conditions, right? To do so. The only thing you can't do is favor YouTube chat over Twitch chat, right? And I don't think, like, they don't really care about what we do. They care about what people with 10,000 viewers do when there's some issues. They don't care what we do, right? Okay, let's see if we can figure this out, right? So that is now correct for that. But that last character, let's see. So if the character would be inserted at the width, then we should scroll it. That's what it do, right? There you go, Maniac. Yeah, I mean, if it isn't fun, don't do it, right? There has been days when streaming has been a slog, right? It's just natural for it to be that way. I need to figure this one out, though. So the inner width, when would this scroll? But this has to scroll with the cursor. I'm doing this wrong. This has to scroll based on the inner cursor's position instead. That's what this has to do. But it's not as simple as that either, right? So if we do a lot of typing, if I go to the left, it needs to scroll this, but it doesn't. You can see the display cursors reacting to it. Not really. So I started building this thing, Maniac, but then I obviously got sidetracked and I started making a reusable input widget instead of building the thing I was supposed to build. Because we don't have a text input that is fast, that lets you scroll and fix the width and all these things. We don't have that. So I think we need that in general. But yeah. So all this stuff that is here is what this is built in, right? Now, this is just a series of templates mapping to data, right? If we go and look at this thing, I will make this open source soon, right? I said that with a previous incarnation of this, right? But yeah, we just get IRC messages in there. and then we're running the chat. And what does the chat actually look like? Oh yeah, here's the quotes, right? So when someone redeems a quote, that's what that does. I can't believe Bonin hasn't turned up today. Okay. It does not. Are you watching Griffin? How's he doing these days? I haven't caught him in a while. Yeah, so this is just basically dealing with messages, right? It looks more complicated than it is, but it's just messing around with the messages, and then the UI itself is just a bunch of data types, and we're looking at different types of messages. We can even start timers and ping messages, right? Which is why there's a lot going on here. But we don't have a means to remove a timer when it ends, right? Yeah, I used to watch him when I was around watching streams around his streaming time in the evenings, but I haven't seen him in a while because I haven't watched streams in a long time in the evening, right? Oh yeah, it does like his front end. He was wrangling Rust for a hot minute as well, I saw. 7 years of streaming, my goodness. I have not been on for that long. If you want to see information about your stream, your own stream, you can use Solinome as well. So what are you gonna stream then, Maniac? What's your goal, or what's your thing, right? Any like particular thing in software dev? The thing is, I have solved this problem before. I just don't remember how. Backend stuff, gotcha. Sounds good. Nice. Have I ever been forced to write JavaScript at work? Plenty of time. I've written JavaScript for several years for certain clients, right? I've written JavaScript, C#, Python, Objective-C, a little bit of Swift. What else have I written for clients? It's a lot of stuff. In 2004, I had to deal with JSP, NetBeans. Yep, Java as well. Yeah, back in 2004, when I started doing C#, it was .NET 1.4 or 1.14, I don't remember which one. And at that point, Java and C# was very much the same, right? Python is great for just banging things out, right? I did a lot of stuff for Django or with Django. I did a little bit of, a little bit of that as well, right? I built native iOS applications at one point as well. That's mobile dev is such a pain. Okay, I think I need to. I'm just gonna have a look at the fake soft stuff. TBE maybe. Document. I mean, I could just copy this code, right? Where's the cursor? Yeah. screen cursor, X and Y. But this is not the component, is it? It is. Ah, but screen cursor X and Y are different. That's why. It does not, Falcon. Oh, you did, Skylar. Might be. Oh my, what is this? What is this? I have no idea what this is. Huh. If you're looking for something across your hard drive, Falco, just use ripgrab. It's really fast. I don't know what this is. It's not. It's a guess because of that. I did not get it. I actually thought it was Octopath Traveler because of the font, but that was clearly not an O. So no. Should we look at the artwork? Slender, the Arrival. What? I have no idea what this is. We got what looks like. No, what is that? Game Doll is just this game where you're supposed to guess what game this is based on what little information you get, but this is just a no-goer for me. I don't know what this game is. Oh, it's Stalker. Only reason I know this is because Temporis has this as his avatar somewhere. Okay, so we are using screen cursor here. And then this thing has its own screen cursor. And we're updating the screen cursor as well. I think I'm too hungry to continue streaming for now. I will just copy this code from here. So next time we do streaming, I will have the input already done. I need to go and eat some food. I think maybe we'll pass you guys over to Kuverman for now. He's doing some game dev in Rust. Hit me up on Discord if you guys want to know something. I am going to be back streaming. Either I stream more tonight, or maybe I'll play some Mulatto. We'll see what happens. You guys are great. Thank you for hanging out. Bye for now.